So here is my current rating. I happened to play last night one league and was able to get to well, actually it was oscillating between high 1800s and 1900, but we're starting the night out at 1900 here. So let's see how. I think the previous league on the 7th, I guess that was Tuesday. I hadn't played the last few days because had stuff going on. IRL that I had to do. So did get a chance to play last night and got back above 1900 with the 5-0. Sunk below that a little bit before that, but we'll see how high we can go. I think this could be fun for everyone, just because I think I don't really care, to be honest, about this too much. After I hit my personal milestone, I think a few months ago. Actually, yeah, I think it was like a 1 or 2 months ago. I don't remember when it was. I hit 1950, but I think since then I haven't really cared. So this might be fun, just for just to see how high we can go tonight. Here's the list I'll be playing. Sorry, I was just replying to a tweet by Ari. So he reminded me I should post my Twitch channel so people can watch. So, yeah, okay. So Ari's in the chat right here. So thanks to Ari for reminding me. I forgot about it, like quite frankly. So I think for whoever is just joining now, I just revealed my current rating is 1900 to start with tonight. So we'll see how high we can go. Uh, no real big changes to the deck. I think for sure, handshake emoji is one of my favorite ones that I've gotten from the I've seen especially from the Zoomer you know who have been doing really well. So no big changes from when I sent the list to Romario, who streamed earlier this week on Wednesday. So that day I didn't stream obviously because I was hanging out with Romario in his stream. The big change that day was moving the Wasteland to the main deck, only because I think we want to save sideboard slots. And it's probably the most playable card right now in the sideboard that we can actually move to the main deck. You can just like randomly steal games too with it, because people don't expect Wasteland out of Elves. The other thing is the ability to tutor for it. So I think that makes it more valuable than say the second Endurance main deck. Also, like we're getting to a point where now it was Will Kruger X Whale, the real X Whale, mentioned to me like you toe the line too much with trying to fit in all these bullets. The deck might not be functional after that. There's a joke that that's reserved between the Reclaimer community and myself, the green white modern one. But I will reserve that for another time. I think it was. Oh, actually, I'll just mention it now. You toe the line too much. That's how you end up with. What's it called? I forgot the card. It was some burn card in your list. But nonetheless, we will start, I guess. Oh, actually, I meant to do this. So what we're gonna change tonight is I think. So Elves just won the challenge today. Based on my Twitter feed, and there were two in the top four. The winning list was a hybrid list, so essentially what I'm playing right now. The only difference is they cut the well, not cut. They moved the collector oof to the sideboard. They moved the endurance. Actually, I think the endurance was probably already there. Actually, let me think. There's three slots. So the collector oof, yeah, probably the endurance, and then the third once upon a time, which I that part I heavily disagree with, but they moved those three pieces to the sideboard so they can fit three Nettle Sentinel. That way, especially anybody who has played this deck for a long time and is like used to the play patterns of Nettle Sentinel, that's like a nice bridge, so to speak. And you still keep maintain the power of Elves Reclaimer, which is um, I mentioned this actually to Ivan Espinoza, who top aided yesterday's NRG Legacy event, playing this list. He so shout out to Ivan actually. That's reminds me. Shout out to Ivan who used to be from my area and went to the same LGS as me. He lives actually. I don't know if he's there at the moment, but his mom is definitely within like a mile or so of where I live. But he top aided with this deck, and I think he only had under 10 days because it was beginning of December when he picked up this deck. And keep in mind, he's never played. He told me he's never tapped an Elvish Reclaimer before, and he never played Elves ever in any format before. Granted, the latter is probably beneficial when you're learning this deck because my personal observation is people who have played Nettle Sentinel have a hard time playing this deck because the way you think about this deck is pretty radically different. It is much more like a rock control deck than it is a combo deck. That's it. You can always combo. It's just you don't need to, right? Like this is like the mid-range deck. Sorry, mid-range card that the deck has been missing ever since Deathrite Shaman got banned. And Gaia's Cradle is the strongest individually powerful card in the deck. So just more consistent access to Gaia's Cradle. So Ivan, what he did was pretty unprecedented, at least from what I've seen, because, like I said, while there have been some success stories with people picking up the deck cold and doing well within like 1 to 2 weeks, he's the only one that did it without any prior experience with Elvish Reclaimer. So that is pretty impressive, I think. Um, so what he said that helped him was watching my old videos. That gets me to the point. I told him if Elvish Reclaimer does not feel like the strongest creature in the deck, he's probably playing the deck wrong. So yes, I am the first person to play Elvish Reclaimer in the deck, and actually to this day, it is still considered by some to be suboptimal. So for whatever that's worth, it depends on playstyle. I think like especially old people who have played the old list, I think have a hard time playing this list because, hey Dustin, how's it going? Because the play pattern is like very different. It is so the differences in play pattern between this deck and the traditional list is kind of similar to the play pattern differences between Ad Nauseam Tendrils Ant and the Epic Storm TES. Whereas this and Ant are more similar in terms of their playstyle. This is like I joke with Cyrus, who picked up this deck recently. Cyrus, that this is actually Ant but in creature form because a lot of the times the correct play is turn two, fetch, get a Bayou, and then pass turn, and then you're waiting to end step Reclaimer for Gaia's Cradle. Yes, so Yoko here is a devoted Ant player, so I think if you were to try a version, I think you would probably like this version more than the traditional list because, especially if you don't have a bias either way, like you've never played either version, because this play style is more similar to Ant. You're more patient, you play a little bit slower, not by much, but it's just you have the option to. And it is more of a wait till the craft the perfect hand, or in this case board state. So hand, when I say sculpt the perfect hand with brainstorm and ponders, before the turn you need to go off, right? And this is kind of the same thing. the way you best think about this is you want to sculpt the perfect board where they have to respect that you can kill them at any time. So one of the best ways to do that is Gaia's Cradle is the best card in the deck, and you always have access to it between four Reclaimer, three Once Upon a Time, and in a pinch, a lot of times I will Green Sun four Reclaimer, and it is by far, in my opinion, the best creature in the deck. It's not always the best creature in a given matchup, but I think overall it's the best creature in the deck. There are a lot of times that Allosaurus Shepherd is the best creature, and those matchups tend to be like Chalice matchups and combo decks with Force of Will backups. So Doomsday, Show and Tell. I think against Cephalid Breakfast is close between these two. Probably Reclaimer's a little bit better, but yeah, those are the type of matchups where Shepherd tends to be the best creature in the deck, where it's like really fast and you don't have the ability to actually, you don't have the time as much. So that's it. I am gonna play the one runner foul because just a test to see tonight to see how I like it. I do like the idea of just boarding out all Heritage Druids in the Delver matchup, so it maps kind of nicely there. The slot that was previously in this that I 5-0'd last night was Caracas, and for those of you who subscribe to my Patreon, so I'm gonna post the link here, you'll have constant access to my latest list that I do well with, or even that I don't do well with. And so I will post there. The other day I finally linked Patreon to Discord. So here's the Discord link for anybody curious. But you'll get access to my latest list ahead of time. So I posted the same list here yesterday night. The difference was this is a Caracas. But I think we can probably, do without for now. I do expect a fair amount of hate like going forward, given how well Elves has done lately, especially in the hands of more experienced pilots. So like the Cabal Pit is the handle. Presumptively, I'm gonna assume the Blue Zenith deck, which has a hard time against us. They pack 2 engineers right now. That is probably not enough. I foresee that they're going to go to 4 engineers pretty soon because they have a real problem against us at the moment. And we're probably the thorn in their side. The other thing is, I think Delver has been packing end the festivities. So they're ending our party early. And I don't think Heritage Druid, he likes to stay late. And unfortunately, the party tends to end early. So I think I would like to preferably board him out in the Delver matchup. It's not the worst because you can leave with it and then it sometimes will draw a removal spell when that's kind of what you want. But I think it's definitely not an ideal top deck. Like sometimes it's good, but I'd rather not expose myself to sweepers, which is the strength I think of this deck. Whereas, so I was watching the energy top 8 with Ivan in it last night against Corey Ballmeister. I think that's how you pronounce his last name. But what was I gonna say? Oh, I don't remember, but it was something along the lines of like relevant to end of festivities. If I remember, I'll bring it up. But nevertheless, I think we can get started. And then for those of you who just joined us, again, we're ELO climbing, I guess, tonight, but we're starting at 1900 and then seeing how high we can go. Also, the nice thing about the runabout is it has applications against Merit Lage decks too. I mean, Caracas does too, but sometimes it's a little bit slow to Reclaimer for a Caracas. So what turns out happening a lot of times is, not always, but unless Caracas ends up being just not a tutor target, if that makes sense, because of the tempo loss that you have to associate with Reclaimer for it. There is other issues like Leovold decks, maybe Karakas is worth it, or because those decks tend to have Uro as well, but we'll see how we do. They tend to be favorable matchups regardless. Yankees 24. I don't know what they're on, but this is not a keep. Ooh, this is quite bad too. Yeah, this is a virtual mode of 5, right? I think we can't. Not starting the night off too hot, unfortunately. Um, I think it depends what we think our opponent is on. So we definitely put it back a land, and if they're on Delver, like we don't want the natural order. Um, Actually, I think it's probably safer. I think in any, because we can just draw into more natural orders, so I think that's the putback. I was gonna say natural order is better against if we know they're on like Chalice or something, but might be Elves. Yep. Now I regret not keeping the natural order. So they're running the Nettle Sentinel version, possibly the hybrid because it won first place today. Hard to say. I think anybody who knows me knows that I don't feel this card is needed, but it does give a small edge in the mirror. And the reason being is why it's a small edge instead of a big edge is because the thing that typically matters is who's going first, which unfortunately they did, and who has turn 3 natural order, which we could have had, but we don't because we put it back being in the dark. So here we just want to draw 2 times and then hope they don't have a natural order hand. All right, so we just gotta cross our fingers here. It's kind of unfortunate, but we'll see. All right, we'll just yield. It's fine. So they are on the traditional build because the hybrid build doesn't run Queer Ranger. Okay. So a good thing is we're not dead. Um, okay. I mean, I guess better lucky than good, right? Very important thing here, like don't get trigger happy with the glimpse because we have lethal, and you don't want to accidentally draw the hoof. Like I know the instinct is like, to fire off the glimpse when you have mana, but you want to play tight. Um, One thing I will mention is Ivan said that the Patreon articles helped him as well, but there is probably no substitute for 2 things. And I told him the advice I gave Ivan was to watch a match or set a few of mine, especially from Eternal Weekend or the review I did of York's Eternal Weekend run. And then to just grind games because some of the mechanics you just have to not be able to think about it. It has to be automatic, and especially given a longer event, you don't want to waste mental energy because being difficult to play is a minus here. It's only a positive if you don't make mistakes or minimize mistakes, and your opponent makes mistakes because they don't know how to play against you. But it's more important that the deck is. It's more important that you don't make mistakes first than relying on others to make mistakes. Here we just, like I said, I mentioned the thing that matters is Thoughtseize. I mean, natural order, and if you can prevent your opponent from natural ordering with Thoughtseize, that's pretty game saving. I elect now to board out one Shepherd in this matchup because it actually gets kind of grindy. Might be different in this case because they're on the turbo version, which is like more susceptible to like disruption, right? But in the mirror, there's not too many aside from discard. Grist can be decent against Archon. We don't know if they have it. We're just gonna preemptively keep it in. The reason why it's nice is because in the mirror, Archon will name sorcery, and you have the once upon times to dig 5 deep every time for the Grist to try to get out. Or yeah, it's another out to the Archon. Besides the Archon itself and Hoof. I think I'm happy with this. So. And I apologize if my intro today was a little bit long. If it's too long, I can cut it short in the future. Just message me and let me know or give me feedback. Here is kind of interesting, right? Like we have a virtual mulligan already, and we do have the out for the Archon, but if they don't have Archon in their list or they just like get a hoof turn 3, it's kind of bad. Otherwise, the glimpse is a mull. I think I'm gonna mull this back. Being on the draw is a huge disadvantage in this matchup. So they mulled as well, which helps. Like the glimpse is a little bit of a liability in this matchup because it's good, but it's like expressive iteration, right? It's good if you can get to it. You might be dead beforehand. So they kept. I don't think we can realistically go to 5 and dig for Thoughtseize. I think we're just gonna have to keep it, hope to get lucky, and draw well. Like we do have the out now for Archon, and we put the Archon back in our deck, which helps too. So this hand, even though it's 6, is actually better than the 7 that we had because Archon is in our deck, right? We want to be able to natural order into it. That's actually a decent draw. Again, we are just ramping and hoping we draw well. This deck top decks extremely well, and it does not mulligan particularly well because it's a critical mass deck. You don't really want to mulligan, which is why I kept these 6 over going to 5. The fortunate thing for us is we stole game 1 despite being on the draw, and despite not keeping that natural order in our hand. That seems like a really interesting attack. I think we just respect it. We can plus and then. So the thing is, we're dead to hoof here if they have natural order in hand. So I don't think Grist matters. I think what we're gonna do is just play out our hand and hope. And we're keeping the Green Sun as a payoff spell. We are probably dead. Yep. Like the alternative is we go to five digging for Thoughtseize, but because we hey Tonic Booth, how's it going? The reason being is because we're just gonna yeah, might as well. We're just yield. It's fine. We don't need to bluff my boot trap. It's not. They can probably even play through it. So what was I saying? Oh, I don't think it's realistic to go to five and digging for Thoughtseize because a natural order hand is probably too slow anyways, and then a glimpse is not going to really be relevant when we're on the draw. Like you can luck. Sometimes you can luck into a. Oops. Turn off auto yields. I think here we actually we probably don't even we may block bounce. Actually, it's not worth it. I'd rather get the grist on board. Hmm. So we don't want them to force us into some bad attacks. Sorry, bad blocks next turn is why we're doing this. And then now we can block if need be. We got to fade natural order, which is possible they just have already. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a green sun for 8. Or natural hoof. Sure. So, one of the things I don't like about this matchup is the skill doesn't matter too much. It's just a lot of times just whoever draws better. The good thing is, or who goes first too. So the good thing is we did steal game one, and we will be on the play. I am not sure about this card against their version. I don't think they run Archon, so I'm just gonna board it out and then try to go fast. This is actually pretty solid. The mana base of this, well, actually they're running Once Upon a Time, so that's actually good for them. I think we just want a guy's cradle here. Green Sun? Sure. Not the worst because we were gonna Archon anyways, but a little bit awkward. Actually, might be a good thing because our natural order will be stranded, and then eventually we're gonna draw the Reclaimer to unlock our mana. So if I were to guess the percentages of this matchup, assuming equal skill pilot, I think we are 47-ish and they are like 53-ish. It's not. They're definitely favored, but it's not that big in my opinion. And of course, this what hurts us is we make our deck better against some of our worser matchups. So what I mean by that is we have the main deck Endurance, and we have the main deck Collector Oof, and the main deck Bog, and they don't have any dead cards against us except for Shepherd, which is like iffy anyways, which is like not the worst. Is a one drop elf. So you just hope not to draw those parts of the deck game one. I think this is a good sign for us that we can lock them out next turn. Yep. And the reason being is because Visionary is typically not what you want to do on turn two, unless you're setting for a turn three. But if you're on the draw, that's a problem. All right, so the pitch here is the symbiote. We don't really need. We don't have Visionary at the moment. We need the mana. So sorcery. Some decks, depending how they're built, are just cold to this card. I don't know if they are or not, but or maybe they have I mean, they're not super cold anymore because of Shepherd, but assuming outside of Shepherd, right? They do have Once Upon a Time, which helps, and I would suspect based on that, maybe they have their own Archon. It would be the worst thing for us to see here is a Gris taking out our Archon, but they would have to have the Gris and kill us the same turn, like which is hard to do. We did it on a stream, I think, on Romario's stream, or sorry, in a league recently, but. Alright, so they're gonna have Visionary and Wirewood Recursion up to dig. It's that is a little bit scary for us because they did not bounce the Visionary. I wonder if that means they have Natural Hoof coming. Yikes, that is not what I want to see. I get the feeling our opponent messed up. These are some strange lines from them. Like, you should wait till end step to do that. To conceal information. We have a couple of live top decks. Cradle is one. Unfortunately, our hand is like real awkward at the moment. Once Upon a Time to dig 5 deep is very good right now too. Jesus. I'm trying to think, did we mulligan this game? No, we didn't. We had a pretty good hand. It's just, We were priced into Archon because I felt like we are gonna die on turn three, so we had to shut off their sorceries. But unfortunately, they had the way around it. I don't know if it was intentional, but they should not be keeping a slower hand. Um, but maybe they thought we would play into this line. I don't know. It's a relief right now because they don't have Shepherd or Cradle, which can flip this board state that we're probably. All right. We have another Wirewood. We're probably dead with that many Wirewoods on the other side. And they didn't bounce, so that's more reason to think we're dead. It's never a good sign for you if your elf opponent does not bounce the visionary. Like, unless they forgot, but that's probably means you're dead. Or they need the mana really badly. One or the other. So three, it could be hard casting hoof. That's like one thing that's possible. They should not be, well. So if they tapped differently there, they would have been able to generate more mana. Like it's a little bit sloppy on their end. It typically speaking, when you have Nettle Sentinel, you can get away with being a little sloppy. Because what you do here is with three Wirewoods, you can actually tap the Heritage Druid and the Queen Ranger and the third Elf, and then each Wirewood will slowly untap each. Every time you recur through the Visionary loop. So they missed out essentially on what ends up being like three-ish mana. But I think we're probably just dead. What is going on? All right, so they misplay pretty badly. They should be bouncing the Wirewood. I mean the Visionaries. But I think we're probably still dead. We'll see. They might have just clicked through it last time. That is a really good draw. So, yeah, anybody who is not sold on Once Upon a Time, I actually think it's the best cantrip printed in maybe the last decade. Um, the card is absolutely insane, and I think it's actually at its best in this deck because we always have the mana to cast it as a late game impulse. Oof. got to be Green Sun for 8 here, I would imagine. Yep. Alright. Unfortunate. So, we lost the mirror. I will take a quick restroom break and we'll be back in a minute. Alright, not the greatest start to tonight, but we'll see if we can rebound. For those tuning in, here's the deck again. Trying a one of, whoa, wait a minute. Why does it say Caracas? Maybe I registered the wrong, what? Oh, I see what happened. I probably registered before I made the swap. So unfortunately, we were running the Caracas again. We'll change it for the second league. So I just see on my Discord right now, one of the users mentioned something that's helped them learn this deck, or at least make the transition easier, is passing the turn with Reclaimer and with 2 lands up, and then they have to be untapped too because they can't be fetches because that leaves you vulnerable to a removal spell, and that has helped them change the way that they view about playing the deck, which is you essentially want to start almost not always but almost every turn with a Gaia's Cradle. Which is the strongest card in the deck. So you want to. There's a reason why I nicknamed this deck "Oops All Cradles." It's so it was Adam Wallace's suggestion, but it pays homage to Jax because he plays Oops All spells. But the goal is to have a Kai's Cradle in game at all times. Shockwave X. This is an easy mole. Ooh. We are on the play. Um, I'm gonna try it only because I don't want to go to five, and it's actually not that bad if they don't have removal. And we're gonna just lead with the. This is like a little bit dangerous. It would help if we knew what they were onto, but we don't. Um, the high risk play is Arbor first. I think I'm gonna play it safe and play the Cradle. All right, so they did have the Wasteland, so we got rewarded for not being greedy. They could have Force here. Yep. So what I should have done actually was lead with the Heritage Druid. The reason being is, um, if they have the removal spell and waste us, we rather them get rid of the. We rather lose the Heritage Druid. So that was a slight misplay by me. So they look like they kept the mono Wasteland in. Now we are really getting punished for that keep. It's possible we should have just gone five. Uh, I wanted to see how that played out, and it felt reasonable enough since we were on the play. Oof. Their hand seems very reactive as well. What's strange to me is why they don't wasteland the cradle. But I guess they can just do it with a creature on the stack. I think they actually, not, actually, I take that back. I know why they're playing the way that they are. I believe they have Stifle in their hand. Oops, oh, that's wrong. I meant to click the natural order. Yeah, I believe they have Stifle in their hand. Now I'll pitch the natural order. It was a mistake by me to lose the cradle here. Okay, interesting. I think they really want to get our fetch based on the way they're playing. Like no threat is turn 7. Oh, they're a standstill deck. Never mind. Ugh, this is brutal. This one's on me. For well, I don't know. I felt like that keep was okay. Like they would have to have. I guess here I can hit their factory and buy some time. Actually, what am I doing? They might have. This is a stifle that I'm talking about. I should have waited. That was a mistake. We knew about the stifle the whole time and we walked into it still. Yeah, unfortunately, and I play more lands than most too, but it is what it is. It wouldn't have mattered. Like, oh my god. Our opponent not making the best use though of their cards, in my opinion. The sudden shock just doesn't seem very relevant there. I guess they're just going for lethal, maybe. What we should have done, it didn't matter this game, but technical play matters. We should have upkeep waste their factory. We really did oops all the Kratos this game. Unfortunately in a bad way, right? So we're just dead here. Yeah, not the best showing for this deck, unfortunately, but I do think we got a little bit unfortunate not to hit any lands there. I think we're in the game actually. We draw any land like within the first few turns. By the end, we're already too far behind. Um, I think given that they have Stifle and Wasteland, probably not the matchup for actually the natural order package. It's weird because like they're these decks that do this, it's like weird to the sideboard because they have the mana deal packet, but then their threats are not like fast. So it's like you can afford to actually often play the longer game. I don't think we actually want. We know they have EE, but I don't think we want the OOF for that. It seems kind of narrow. Endurance is kind of bad too, in my opinion. I think. There you go, Dustin. That's how you do it, right? I think what we do here is I believe they're on standstill deck based on the fact that they have factory. It's a little bit awkward. Like I'm debating whether to. Well, yeah, we probably want the. Hmm. Yeah, I think we just. Well, the removal is not that great against them, so I think actually I like the natural order package. Uh, After thinking about it again, the Cabal Pit could be relevant if they have Lavamancer. And I think maybe just to keep their endurance. So we're not going to actually board much because I don't think removal is good against it. I don't like Thoughtseize against him. It's just like very awkward. Nope. This is significantly better. I think the Wasteland is the worst card here because it doesn't tap for green. Here we're gonna lead with the Shepherd. I fully expect them to kill it. Like they probably have like a bow or something. Hey Zach, how's it going? So far not too great. We lost the mirror, and we are down a game. So we are punting Elo, so to speak. I fully expect this thing to die here. Yeah. We really want the Reclaimer to live. It's the best creature in the deck, so. That probably changes if Guy's Cradle is not legal. Because a big reason why this is the best creature in deck is because it can get Guy's Cradle. Yikes. Okay. I wonder if they have days. Probably not, but we played around it just to be safe. Spell Snare. Also, it's better if we draw a one drop, right? Hmm. That card is quite obnoxious. I think we crack it. If they have it, they have it. Like, the longer this game goes, we're just gonna be more and more unfavored. Oh, I should have done it upkeep. That's a bad mistake by me. Should have done it on upkeep. That was a little bit dangerous. The reason being is you waste their mana, right? You do it on upkeep. If they have it, you can't play around it, or you shouldn't. And then instead of being able to maximize their mana on their turn, you waste one of their mana on their turn. Sorry. Instead of being able to use their mana on our turn, we waste one of their mana on their turn. So we're cutting them off removal here, which is nice. We, man, this is like difficult to navigate around. Oh, that was bad. Let's do it this way. We're gonna attack, force them to tap out, and see what they do. This may draw a force. Yep. We're just too far behind, I think. Like, 2 standstills. Yeah, and they have, like, a ton of man lands. Not the matchup we wanted to see. Although I don't think it's, like, particularly bad or anything. It's just tough to lose game one. At least in the fashion that we lost it. Maybe not so much in general. I mean, that's sometimes what happens in leagues, unfortunately. And here we're just developing our mana. I mean, our best chance here is hope that the 4 in their hand is not great. That's a removal spell. And then if they just have too many lands, for instance, then maybe we can steal a win. If we draw a creature, we have to fire off the glimpse immediately because we're just too far behind mana development wise. So we need a I think it's like Reclaimer or Arbor, and I think the correct choice here is Arbor. Even though the Reclaimer lives through it, like we need to get going. We're under some duress now. That's another. Yeah, so they have just a lot of removal spells. I'm not sure. Like I think their deck probably has a harder time against combo. Perhaps I'm not sure. The standstill is pretty good though, but that's a lot of removal here. Yeah, we are. But unfortunately, we took that risk, Dustin, because like typically against these wasteland decks out of blue, especially with Stifle, I want to board in removal, but removal is just so bad against them in this case. So it's a little awkward for us. Our deck is not built to play against them. Is I guess the shorter answer. Spell snare. Yeah. It's not Stifle now. It's just land still. Repo cheat. So the thing is, like, our deck is not built to. What is going? Oh, okay. To play against their deck, and unfortunately we ran into them. But c'est la vie, right? I think we might just be dead here. Let's see. That's 2, 4. All right, we're down to like 2 life, I think, depending on how much. Yikes. The Cobalt Pit was actually relevant that we boarded in. I mean, we didn't draw it obviously, but we're just dead here. Pretty brutal. Debating if I should continue this league or not. So I have a not me, but Levi, my good friend, has a theory. If you play a deck like this, or back when I first started talking to him, it was Green White Reclaimer, which also has a susceptibility to unpopular decks on Moto. Is if you get into like a O2 start, because what I did at the time was I had a God account for the mocks, and I would just immediately drop if I faced something that I didn't think was worth my time. Yeah, so that's where I was getting at the tonic booth, and it's just like, is it worth it? At the time, I didn't have on the God accounts. I think they gave me like 5 grand play points or something. So not 5 grand, 5,000. Yeah, 5,000 play points, and I would just drop if I faced something that I wouldn't expect to see in the modern on the mocks, and churn through it that quickly. Unfortunately, if you do that with leagues, it gets expensive, so you can't just drop every match. But I think at this point, when you're 0-2, you're likely to face more stuff you don't really want to potentially run into again in a bigger setting. So I think I'll take this time and just drop, because I mean, Ari talked about it. We already lost 2 in a row, so it is what it is. I don't really care too much about the rating. It's not so much that. It's just so much like, is it worth it at this point to run into like Reanimator oops? Where I'm not saying we don't run into them. Especially Reanimator has been doing quite well in the challenges, but the matches are not very. What's the word I'm looking for? The matches are not very interesting from a viewership standpoint. It's like if I have the hate in it, they can fight through it. Like, so we'll start again. And hopefully, okay, I'm gonna double check this time. Make sure we have the run of foul that we want to actually test. But yeah, that was a trick I use, and it's only you can do it if you have like the God account with infinite play points, I guess. Which I just churned through and just like dropped that willy nilly, so to speak. Just because I didn't think I had to prepare for that and modern and Zendikar Rising draft at the time, and it just wasn't worth my time and especially since badge. Yeah, I just time is money, so that's what I ended up doing, and I think it actually worked out well because I was learning both formats new, and it's just a lot to handle otherwise. Who knows? Maybe we get paired against Reanimator here, anyways. Um, Traditionally, I would lead with Green Sun. Given that we have no payoff, I'm leading with Reclaimer, which is in the dark, the second strongest start we can have. Of course, a lot of this is like relative, right? Or like situationally conditioned, situationally dependent. Because if you play against a removal a removal deck, you don't really want to expose Reclaimer early. But in the dark, I think, assuming no removal, it's probably the better play. The mirror, I think it's the mirror, yeah. So here, I think what we're gonna do is play everything out. And we can actually yeah, actually I like that. And then we can actually deal a bunch of damage next turn. Or save it for Green Sun 4 5. We can have Green Sun for 6 next turn. So I'm just gonna pass. So our line here is we're gonna Green Sun for 6 next turn, and then we're gonna start to Dino Stomp mode, right? I suspect this is the mirror though. Yep. So, quick thing I want to point out. If they had a glimpse of nature or natural order, sometimes it makes more sense to leave mana up and then you can reclaim away your basic forest for what's it called, for a Dried Arbor. But I think in this case you still net mana, so it's okay. That's actually a very important line to keep in mind, by the way. Where your turn 2, you have the crate already in hand. You play your 1-drop and you have 2 mana up. And if your opponent doesn't do anything relevant, you pitch your basic for a Arbor, and then you have lethal potentially with Natural Order or Glimpse of Nature next turn. It's one of the tricks that has to be not second nature, or what's the word I'm looking for? It has to be, you don't have to think about, right? I guess second nature might be the right word. Alright, so that's just easy mode now. Originally we were gonna have the Archon, but now we just have lethal. So a lot of elves today, I guess. Second mirror match. Although this is more the true mirror. The other one is like the pseudo mirror, because it's the traditional build versus the reclaimer build, I guess. And then we just want, like I said, in order of things that matter. Going first. Which did we go first this game? We did. So we were lucky in that aspect. And turn 3 natural is the other thing that matters, right? Like everything else is kind of like superfluous. Like I will post again here my Discord for anybody who wants to join. There's a lot of good information. I think we have both traditional players and reclaimer players. So two traditional players, well, at least one for sure. But I like to shout out, Fluffy. I think his real name is Martin, but Fluffy21 has been a good contributor in that Discord, and he typically plays Elves, the traditional build, and he did top 8 the Eternal Weekend Bayou day as well, in addition to Yorg. And Testacular, who is also in that channel, who also top 4 today's challenge. Keep. And then for those who want more details, here's my Patreon. I don't know if my YouTube is on, maybe not, but we'll see. I guess not. Reclaimer turn 1. That tells me they have either Thoughtseize or turn 3 natural order, and they have maybe a Cradle in hand, because otherwise it's a little bit of a slow start. I think given this, that they led with that, we can take a calculated, and I hate saying this sometimes, but I guess we can take a calculated risk here and ramp. Typically, I would fire out the Thoughtseize, but I think it's not gonna. Thoughtseize is not gonna matter here. The exception is if they have exactly Glimpse and Heritage Druid. So one unique thing that has really helped me, get better at Magic, is in addition to finding misplays immediately when they happen, I like to watch my opponent and see if they misplay themselves because identifying when your opponent misplays is pretty important in my opinion, at least from a improvement standpoint. It might not affect the game, so to speak, in that instance, but I find that it has made me a better player. So just my 2 cents, I guess, on that. Okay, so this makes sense that they have the cradle here. Oh, they might have the turn 2 natural order. Then we got punished for not thought seizing. We may still potentially get punished because now we're under a lot of pressure from the shepherd. I think we see what they have first. Interesting. So we're playing for a glimpse. Oh, thank you, Duchess. I appreciate that. So Duchess linked to my YouTube page. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. And don't feel bad about not uh, correcting me if it's incorrect how I pronounce your name. Dukes. Okay. Hopefully I pronounced it correctly there. Okay, perfect. Now I know. I for the longest time, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I mispronounced Jurg's name, and I collaborated him well through text at least, uh, very frequently. So screwing up names is not the first time that's happened. Um, there's two dots on top of the O, so it's spelled like this, but with two dots on top. And then if you can't generate that, I guess symbol, I think he prefers this spelling using normal alphabet. What just happened? Yeah, so I just thought it was Jorg, but it's actually Jörg. Yeah, so he's German, and sometimes he'll catch this later because he's sleeping at the moment. But I did ask him to correct me one time when I realized it wasn't correct. I heard that from Eli Goings. Our opponent missed the Shepherd activation, which is must have been a misclick because that doesn't make any sense otherwise. We do have a glimpse turn here, and the what we need to do is just draw into a natural order, and then we maybe have to just chump block for a turn. Is the likeliest out scenario. This Thoughtseize is most likely dead, but we'll see. Hmm. So we know the last card at the time was a trophy, but we still have to fire off the glimpse and hope. So they're main phasing here, so they don't misclick, which is makes a lot of sense. It's kind of awkward here. So the C's would have been bad regardless. It either takes a Shepherd or they have the Grist now, right? Which eventually takes over the game. I think we're probably just dead regardless, given that we drew a little too many lands here. Yeah, now we're just dead, I think. Thank you for the follow, DC Sports. Thank you for the follow. First account was hacked. That is a pretty funny account. Uh, so I guess I've kind of answered this before. The long story short is I think you get to play. I mean, if I really want to simplify it, like down to it, you get to play better cards. Is my opinion. Like I don't think Nettle Sentinel is a very strong card by itself. So we're just dead, yeah. I also think Elves Reclaimer in a vacuum is the strongest card in Legacy. And not in a vacuum, I think. Oh, nice. Not in a vacuum. I think it's like probably the second strongest card because, and the strongest card I would say is DRC because it gets to be played in a blue shell. Whereas Reclaimer, for the time being, has not been unlocked in a blue shell yet. And I say yet because I wouldn't be surprised if somebody figured it out. I actually have some ideas, but I'm a little scared because if I brew up this list, I'm gonna get Reclaimer banned. Creature, yes. The best card in this deck is obviously Guy's Cradle. What was I doing? Oh, the same, I guess. Yeah, I think we'll run it back. So yeah, Reclaimer is correct. The it's why the green shells have all run like Reclaimer recently, right? Like green white depths, some lands players will run it, cloud post. The ability to have crop rotation on your stick repeatedly is pretty insane in my opinion. I think this is fine. Keep. Good question, Zach. Or Zachary. I think I'm not sure if I would be splashing white or black yet, but the shell I have in mind is I think with Reclaimer you need something. What is it called? You need a payoff land, so to speak, right? If you look at all the decks that are able to utilize it at the moment, I'll lead with the Ranger, I guess. If you look at all the decks that are able to utilize it at the moment, they all have a payoff land, whether it be Cloud Post, Gaia's Cradle, or Dark Depths. Um, and I think you would need to play Urza Saga. So that would be the starting point. How it goes from there, I'm not sure. I'd have to sketch it up, but probably for Green Sun too. While you're at it, right? Like, might as well have 8 copies if you're gonna. But we'll see. That's the shell that I have in mind at the moment, where you have 4 Reclaimers, maybe 4 Green Sun, 4 Urza Saga, and then we see where it go from there. Uh, if somebody out there brews this list, please credit me. I, I would like the extra clout, so to speak, right? Ooh, I think here we can go Shepherd, and then we're gonna seize them, and then based on that, we can decide whether they're Wasteland or not. All right, what do they have here? Visionary, Reclaimer, Green Sun, Zenith. I think this is probably a good time to waste. The reason being is because uh, it's not really going to affect our turn, but it's going to significantly slow them down. And I think the take here is the Green Sun Zenith. So now we're ahead on mana. They may Visionary here or double Reclaimer. We'll see. All right, double Reclaimer it is. Oh, they're gonna seize us? No. Hmm. We are drawing a little bit awkwardly. I don't think I would have made this play if I were them. Unless they already have the Cradle in hand. I think you have to get Cradle online. So unless they already have it in hand, that just does not seem like the right play to me. We don't really care, in my opinion, right now. We can save some damage in case it matters down the road, but we're still pretty far from casting the hoof. So I'm gonna block bounce. It also matters in case we draw a glimpse off the top. Uh, I don't think we. If they block, it's kind of bad for us, right? Plays Misty. Um, yeah, I don't. Let's see. It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So no, I'm not gonna attack. I should have actually played the Cradle, so that was a mistake. In case I drew another land. Getting a little bit sloppy here. So they would have started the turn with the Guy's Cradle, and unless they draw into here, it's kind of iffy for them now, right? I really screwed up. That could be the difference right here because if I draw a land, I would have been able to hardcast Hoof. But I was just thinking in my head for some reason play around Wasteland and they didn't get it, so here we have I don't think we block. I counted the mana already and we would have lethal otherwise is the reason. Yeah, so that's a mistake by me. Mm, that's fine. We can hopefully fade a turn. Thank you for the follow, Philosopher 99. Like, yeah, we punted right now. We'll see if we get punished though. They're a little bit constrained because they didn't fetch Cradle, but we punted by not playing the land last turn. Especially since we had the Reclaimer, so it didn't matter if they wasted us. We might just be dead. Again, bad sign. They didn't. Uh-oh. Gris? They didn't bounce their Visionaire, which is a bad sign for us. Yeah. That is a mistake. Man, I screwed this game up. We don't have a second hoof. We have the Archon, which is awkward at the moment. Actually, it's not that awkward. They would have to plus, and then we can take down the Gris, which is probably okay. I could have. Yeah, what I should have done was pitch the. How do I undo? Playing a little bit too loosely here. I should have pitched the Guy's Cradle. Now I'm down a land. I have to be careful here. This is 5 creatures. Yeah. It's a very strange game. So the Archon would take out the Gris next turn, and then we just hope to six ball or five ball them from all our creatures next turn. We may still pull this out, even though we threw this game like pretty badly. Because our opponent is not playing optimally either. Bog should definitely be boarded out. Six. So one thing I need to work on is playing tighter on stream, because today has been a couple of mistakes on my behalf already. Doesn't mean I don't make mistakes off stream, just to clarify. It's just in no opportune time at the moment. I think our opponent is thinking about what to reclaim her for, or if they should reclaim her for, because, and this is what I mean by you have to go fish this deck ahead of time instead of just picking up cold, because you're gonna make you're gonna potentially put yourself at risk of timing out or making mistakes because you're rushing. One, two, three. Oops, not these. Didn't realize we're at 8 already. From all the reclaimer attacks. Yeah, I feel bad about losing this match. So we can block if they alpha strike us. We'll see what they do. We can take one hit from one of the 5/5s and then block one of the other ones. So what we're trying to do is push one creature through damage, potentially, because they're at 6, which is like an awkward number for them now. Like we're seeing if they can throw the game. This is an interesting reclaim. Oh, so they main phase that to deck thin, but they have to be careful because they lose potentially if they're not careful. Get the arbor here and then not have to fetch, which could be relevant. The deck thinning here, going down to 2. They have to block. Pro- mm, Probably not worth it. We're gonna bash with all and force them into a bad block. Here they can't bounce the Visionary, otherwise they lose. Mm. So we definitely want these to trade. We win next turn anyway, so I'm gonna bounce this. To give us another blocker because these are gonna trade off. And then I think we have a game. There's no Grist left in their deck. They can't hardcast Archon because presumably they're on our list. And then we just have a second blocker. That should be game. The exception is hardcast Hoof here. But they have no live fetches. Archon hardcast is live, I guess, because of Birchlore. That's not gonna matter. If they do that, that means that they don't have another play, and they're just dragging it out now. Wow. We did not deserve to win, but we pulled out this game. Like, we threw this game pretty badly earlier, and we got bailed out because they made a few mistakes of their own. Sometimes in a bigger event that happens, like if you can get lucky and salvage what was otherwise a lost game, which this should have been a lost game. Like we don't have a hoof, we have no way to really win aside from just Archon going the distance and getting a little bit lucky. I will say that pulling that out felt pretty good because the odds of us winning that game, I think, were very low. The reason being is because they took the hoof and they already had the board presence. So essentially, the Archon has to close out on its own because any game that goes longer, they win. And our clock was pretty slow. Excuse me. There is merit for actually death thinning there because we didn't actually want to draw the land. And the two life, I guess, because they're forced to block, doesn't matter. Like they had to sack their own board there, right? All right. Off of that, let's see if we can continue this. Chickers. Um, it used to be cool that 80 cards meant DNC, but now we have to assume that they're on like sorry, yeah, they're on the Yorian green blue Zenith deck, which is like a good matchup for us, to be honest. I think it's actually turn it here. That was not a good top deck. They may force. I mean, there's some people who will do this. They are afraid of a shepherd, so they just force preemptively on the one spawn time. I think that's most likely wrong most of the time, but I mean, some people have gotten rewarded because of it. Yeah, I mean, they're pausing on this, which means that they're thinking about force. What else could it be, right? Because the logic is if they don't have a removal, they might as well shut off my spell, might as well get it in while they can, I guess. Is the typical logic behind that. The only thing is it tells me that they don't have removal and that all my stuff is live. Is the reason why not to do it. So unless they're double queuing it, I don't know why that's still in the stack. Thank you for the follow, Hoodie Weather. It's funny that that's your username because I love wearing hoodies. I just happen to have a crew neck at the moment on, but uh, so I'm an introvert by nature, and one of the things that I don't have the thing with me right now, but one of the I guess kind of like fun social media thing I filled out was thank you for the follow by the way. Was that apparently my personality type is like has affinity towards hoodies, so whatever that's worth. Unless our opponent, got sidetracked by some IRL stuff, I don't really understand what's going on here. In the meantime, I guess, since we are waiting, here's what we're running for this league. I cut the Caracas for the single runoff out because I think against increased hate, especially out of blue-red decks, I don't want the liability of having to keep in a Heritage Druid, which I think the card is just awful in fair matchups. like outside of like D and T, for instance, where it's like stellar, it tends to be pretty bad. It's good against lands too, for whatever that's worth. And I don't really say this often, but that's the one matchup where Heritage Druid is arguably the best creature in the deck. It's either the best or the second one in that matchup, behind Reclaimer. Most of the other matchups, it's like Reclaimer's the best creature or Allosaurus Shepherd is the best creature. Um, there is an argument to be made Waterwood is the best creature against D&D, but again, that's um, can go a couple ways. Let's see. Against Goblins, probably still Reclaimer. I'm trying to think if I any other deck that I'm not thinking of that where it wouldn't be one of those creatures. There's no matchup where Visionary is like the best creature, not as far as I know. What else is there? Yeah, for the most part, I think. Oh, there's some matchups. Obviously, Collector Oof is the best creature, but that's more because of the nature of the card. Birchlore tends to be, yeah, I don't think it's the best creature in any matchup. Heritage, I think, probably only lands if anything, and that's even debatable. All the Chalice decks, obviously Shepherd. All the Graveyard decks and all the most fair decks that are not Chalice based, Reclaimer. I'm gonna message my opponent, see what's going on. If they do not respond, I guess this would be as good a time as any to take a quick restroom break. They have not responded, so because this game is unique in the sense that it's ongoing, I'm gonna leave the monitor on instead of going to the be right back screen in case something does happen. But I should be back pretty quickly anyways. So my guess is they've just something happened IRL. Hopefully everything's okay on their side. I'm gonna give my opponent the benefit of the doubt, but it's just very strange what's going on. In the meantime, I guess, does anyone from chat have any questions for this deck or for me? I guess it is, AMA, right? Ask me anything time. I will review the chat real quick. Okay, there we go. I think we want the Reclaimer. the logic here is we want to be able to ramp, and the way we ramp, I mentioned this earlier in stream, is assuming we can untap with a reclaimer. We play our one drop out, and then we actually cradle for an arbor. So that ramps us one. It's a pseudo rampant growth. So library, sure. It's important not to expose the cradle because you give them information. They be sometimes your opponent is tempted to um, counter your creatures if they see you generate mana off the cradle. So that is one thing to keep in mind. Depending what we draw here, sure. I'm gonna want a glimpse because that should draw a force of will anyways. All right, they conceded. I don't really understand what's going on. Our top deck was bad too, but oh well, we were gonna fetch to be honest. Anyways, I guess we're gonna expect engineer to come in. I don't think I'm in love with endurance in this matchup, but let's see how many cards we can board out. Wasteland seems kind of mediocre in this matchup too. Against this list, I think we just want for actually, it's either probably the removal spell actually. Now that I think about it, because between 4 Green Sun Zeniths and potentially Plague Engineer, trophies like appealing. They have basics though, so maybe the logic is you just Thoughtseize the thing out of their hand, especially since they're in black. I don't think I love endurance in this matchup, so I'm gonna board it out. It's just Earl that we care about. Yeah, this is very good. We started out the night, to recap. Losing back to back, what's it called? To the mirror and I don't remember what this was. Shockwave X. Let's see. Oh, the standstill deck. So, our I know I tweeted out like we'll see how high we can climb. Unfortunately, the odds are we will start lower. We'll end up lower now than we started in the night because of the 2 losses to start. But that is okay. I think given that we have a draw engine, we just want to ramp. Green Sun, most often the best turn 1 play. Imagine if it was legal for Modern, what you can do. Sure. I think given the way that turn played out, I think we want to go low to the ground and get our mana up. What I mean by that is we benefit now because Birchler Ranger is like pseudo haste. It's like a pseudo hasted. What's going on? Oh, okay. Interesting. I guess our opponent didn't really want to play this matchup. I guess if they were busy or something, like based on what we saw, it's possible that they have something going on, at their house at the moment. But they weren't favored anyways, and maybe they just wanted to, cut their losses, so to speak. Also, they started 1-3, so maybe it's highly likely they just were just fed up with that league, anyways. Hard to say. Just got a text from my friend who is alive in. So I've clinched the in my fantasy football league playoffs already, and my friend, I guess, has a chance to make the playoffs now unexpectedly. Yes. So here I kept because you in general you assume the once upon a time hits. The actual percentage is like roughly I think 78%. So a little bit more than three out of four, or four, just under 4 out of 5, depending on how you look at it. I have to look at the actual numbers again. It's definitely at least 3 out of 4. Oh, don't let me down. Thank you. I have had people force my once upon a time, and it's like high variance, right? Like I've gotten got because of something like that, but at the same time, I've also just like won a spot because I had a land drop, and they just forced it for no reason, right? Here I think we just. This should be a very favorable matchup, I think. Yeah. So, hi, Ice Care. It depends if you consider this spice. It's like old tech that I think could be useful at the moment. But I'm playing a one of like run afoul. Have actually this matchup it might be relevant. Mind Shrieker. Interesting card. I feel like there's gonna be some shenanigans going on with potentially brainstorm and whatnot. I'm putting like an Emrakul or something on the top. Very strange. So all of this should be like you should get to a level where all of this should be what's the word I'm looking easy to do, I guess is probably the best way to describe it. And if not, then that probably means more gold fishing is needed. Because you don't want to waste muscle memory on going through these kind of motions. I guess we can just do it now. Instead of wasting time. I'm shortcutting, obviously. If I cared more, I would probably play around a bunch of other stuff, but this is a league, so not worth my time. Like, for instance, something I would do there with all that mana floating is like get a second Shepherd because that plays around gut shot into force or something random like that. But given that, again, this is like low stakes, not really worth. I think Twitch chat is probably more interested in actual like instead of actually executing the kill, more so how the games are playing out. I think it's more interesting. Spirits, I think they probably have a spell queller if I were to guess. I don't know why that Mind Streaker's in the deck, but like who knows, right? The run of foul seems probably decent. I'm trying to think if endurance, like being a 3-drop blocker, is worth it. My guess is probably not. I think we just want to turn into a combo deck here. Like we're just gonna go low to the ground and force them. This is probably not. They're in white, so they might have Canonist or something or Containment Priest. But I think we just want to go low to the ground and turn into a combo deck. One of the strengths of this kind of sideboard that I've, been running is the ability to transform into whatever kind of deck we want, whether that be a control deck, an aggro deck, I guess a mid-range deck, or a combo deck. I think this is fine, mostly. So, if DC Sports is still here, is that Ivan by any chance? I'm just curious, because since they're mentioning NRG. I think what I'm gonna do also is I've seen Zachary around for a while, so what I like to do is reward, you know, frequent visitors, I guess, or viewers. So if you check Zachary, you have mod access now. So they are tanking about whether they want to keep their 6. R7 is like not super great, but it's like decent enough. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Glad to see you here. Sidre, is that pronounced? I don't know which one you rather prefer. I guess I refer to, but I think the Discord, for those of you who are looking to pick up the deck, is probably one of the best places to start, if I were to guess. And the reason being is everything there is free, with the exception, I guess, of the Saedra. Okay, sure. With the exception of one channel that is Patreon exclusive only, and that's where I recently synchronized Patreon to Discord, so that it'd be easier to communicate with others and for all subscribers to communicate with themselves in case there's like an article they wanted to discuss or whatnot. So new benefit, I guess, in that aspect. I try to release an article every other week, and then in the weeks I don't, I release updated sideboard maps with whatever I'm testing. So that's, I guess, the benefit of Patreon at the moment. The second tier has access to, uh, I guess, more consultation one on one, right? Like I mean, I typically will respond regardless if you DM me, but for instance, Jorg has second tier Patreon, and he, like, I reviewed his Eternal Weekend run on stream as a review, so that for pointers or whatnot as well. So that would be the benefit of like going beyond the first tier. But I think first tier is probably good for most people just to learn the deck. Also, I think Jorg was just Jorg. I mean, I want to pronounce it correctly. Jorg was just it's almost like a tip, right? He's thanking me for catching up with the speed. Because he picked the deck up without ever playing Elves before. But I actually think that's a benefit in learning this deck because you don't have any prior biases, so to speak. And it does help that he has played had played Elvish Reclaimer in other decks, specifically. Okay, so they just conceded. I don't know what's going on. We're getting some free wins here, though. He played it in slow depths before. Other success stories of people who have been able to pick up the deck in like 1 or 2 weeks. I don't think it's a coincidence because it's starting to be a trend now. The people who have success immediately are like Jurg, who had never played Elves before, but played slow depths. Levi, who had never played Elves before, but played Cloud Post. He also picked it up very quickly, very naturally as well. Jax, who also said it was the hardest deck he's ever had to learn, and he's the combo godfather himself. And he has played Turbo Depths, or actually he has played Turbo any combo deck. And then now recently, Ivan, who only picked it up about a week ago, and had also not played the deck before, but uniquely had never played any Reclaimer deck before. So that was an unprecedented achievement. A little bit of a slow hand. I think where the deck is a little bit weak is we don't have a consistent turn one ramp play. Ooh, that is pretty bad. I really needed to hit a land there, and this is like one of the times we're getting punished. Might be a ending, if I were to guess. Yep. We really need to hit a land here, otherwise we're in trouble. Yep. So this is why I think some people don't like Once Upon a Time, because sometimes you whiff and it just feels really bad. But I think the ability to keep more hands is worth the downside of this scenario every once in a while. Also, I think there's a lot of elf players who would just keep that even if that was a creature anyways, and that's probably a little greedy. This is probably not going to end well for us. Like, we really needed that Once Upon a Time to hit a land there. They discarded natural order. Makes sense. Everything else is redundant. No need. We can't even block if we wanted to. Alright, there's the land we needed. So we're gonna play the Visionary because we need to dig for land. I don't think they have any flash creatures, but you never know. There's a chance that they get Arbor there. I mean, I don't think, actually, probably not, because Marsh Flats indicates it's not a green fetch. But I think if they want to trade Arbor there, we're fine with that. Given our hand is very slow. We're. Ooh. Alright. Sure. Originally, I was not gonna pick up. Gris is gonna be pretty good, I think. Does it say without playing its cost? Sure. So they're gonna attack, presumably, and then maybe play Gris or something. Yeah. Natural order doesn't make any sense, and neither does Visionary. I was not gonna pick up the Visionary, but I think I kind of have to at this point. Well, actually, that's not true. Yeah, in case we draw a Cradle, right? Okay, that's another reason not to. I think we have to pass. Is that flying? No. Yeah, our hand is kind of anemic at the moment. And it gets a lot harder to beat these kind of non-blue matchups if you lose game one, because they only have to steal one game now, right? And especially with black, it's easy to steal a game where like you keep a slower hand and that can't beat engineer. So forest, I wonder what the green is for. Maybe Gris. That's not good. I think here we're gonna have to buy ourselves another turn and chump the water. Well, yeah, probably the water would. Never mind. So we can't chump at all. Alright. No, oh, prismatic ending, sure. PE means something else to me most of the time, but that's a good point. I don't think we can pass. I mean, bounce. Shoot. I think here we glimpse and hope to get lucky. That's game. We'll make them attack, but they I mean, maybe that's just wasting time. Or we can see maybe what the green is for. I think prismatic ending is probably correct. I'm trying to think if there's another. I guess the triumphs only exist in enemy colors, right? So it'd be the red one if anything. But yeah, we're just dead here. So we saw Batter Skull, so Collector who stays in. I don't think I like Endurance or Bajuka Bog. Cabal Pit's like pretty good here. I don't think I like the Wasteland either. Maybe as another land, but otherwise not great. I think the Shepherds can all be cut. They don't have permission. We definitely want more removal. And I think, yeah, for sure. Probably just want the extra land. Oh, we definitely want the Progenitors. And I can see one Shepherd just to, you know, yeah, just to fill out the deck. We don't have much to board it, which is part of the problem. Which is part of the problem of when you run into these matchups where you've already been pre-boarded for what you expect to see, and then you see something you don't expect, and then you don't necessarily have enough good cards, so to speak. Yeah, I think this is fine. So we have to keep in two Shepherds, even though it's not ideal. But being a 1/1 elf is probably still okay. Wow, this is like very good. It's like immune to discard and like has the one card that really matters in this matchup, which is Natural Order. Like I don't think they can beat a Progenitors. Sure. Do we worry about studying? Not really. Like usually you have something left over. But like there's it can happen, but it's unlikely. Like the only times where it's gotten me is if I'm already kind of behind and I have to walk into it. But typically you have ways to play around it, or like decks like Pox that just have a ton of those effects, and you just have no choice, right? Like you have to go for it, and they have it, they have it. I don't know what it is. I keep running into a lot of Pox. Not recently, but for a while I kept running into a lot of Pox opponents for whatever reason. I think there was a time a week where I ran into like 4 times, and it was like 4 different pilots. Oh sure, man, that is yikes. All right. Hmm. Wow. I spoke too soon about being discard proof. I think given this, we just play everything out. We open ourselves up to Wasteland, but I think we would be anyways. That was unfortunate. Like we really just wanted one to not be stripped, and then I think now we're not in a good shape. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to strand their discard by playing everything out. Sure. That is an absolutely nuts top deck. Jeez. There's no reason to hold the heritage in play. If they engineer us, they engineer us here. Like, it's not gonna matter. The problem with this kind of matchup is like I want to be able to play around engineer a little bit, but I can't really. Ugh. Okay. It's it's in hindsight, I may have I should have been aware of this. The reason being is they didn't put in their cauldron. Didn't I got did get punished for bouncing the for not bouncing the visionary there though. So better lucky than good, I guess. Uh, I don't think we want to give them the ability to. Let me think. We know they have a cauldron. I'm not sure we want to expose our collective oof. In case they draw a GTA down the road. Wow, that is absolutely filthy. Yikes. Yes, Once Upon a Time does work. That is interesting. For sure. Actually. I'm debating whether to once first or to visionary. My guess is visionary is probably better. Well, there you go. Wow, that is absolutely nuts. So we have the removal spell, or we get the more draws. I think we get more draws given we had 2 removal spells already. So I don't think we want to expose. Yeah, I think we do it this way. This is the problem with losing game one, right? Against these kind of decks, like they only have to steal one, and it's kind of easy for them to do so. That's got to be Cauldron now. Yeah. Sure. Very awkward for sure. This board state. Oops. I think this is a good time to once. That was a good once. We dug through all of that. If they block, that means they probably have a G-Tape or a second agent. But we have the Shepherds in hand. Okay, so that's fine. We have the Shepherds in hand. We get super punished if they engineer us here. So I'm gonna hold back. So unfortunately, they have Wasteland as well, which thwarts our plans. But we did. That's why we didn't. We held up the. We didn't take care of the Confidant because we lose to a GTA here. Hmm. Yeah, this is pretty nuts. Like they exiled our hoof and we still won. Uh, it's funny too because we mentioned how Shepherd was a liability in this matchup. Turned out to be pretty good there. You're talking about the pump, Ari? Yeah, it's like very strange, right? The in any fair matchup, actually the pump ability is not the reason why you win or lose typically. But here it just ended up mattering because of the board state. Yeah, it is. Okay, sure, it's broke. It's not good typically in these kind of matchups, but it just happened to be good there. I would prefer to board it out because like quad engineers or something crazy like that's gonna come in. But it ended up being pretty good there. They do different things, right? Reclaimer develops your mana. Shepherd like forces things through, whether that be damage or your natural order. Not particularly great, but I think I have to keep. Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, the number of hands it would probably still be okay, but not great. Like that's probably the least relevant of the three abilities. It so the most irrelevant is your green cows can't be countered. The second one is it itself can't be countered, and then the pump is third in general. Here I think I want to just run this out and hopefully they kill it. That wasteland is gonna be real awkward for us. This feels bad, but I don't really want to use this trophy on the confidant. Yikes. Uh, man. I think we have to attack. What I really want to happen here is for them to tap out, play some three drop or whatnot, and then we can slam a natural order. Sure. Um, it's a little bit dangerous here. We can trophy the confidant and then take out the Kaya. Hmm. Yeah, I think we want to do that. Well, we can attack first and see, but probably correct. We get punished exactly by swords here. But I don't think they have swords because they should have played it turn one. Alright, so that was worth it, even though they got a land. They have a second wasteland in hand, which is bad. So they might just waste us here. Yeah. I don't think there's any way we can play around that. This feels like um, agent to me. Yep. Oh my god, that's bad. It's got to be Cradle, and then we need to hope to get lucky. That was not it. Yikes. Yeah, I think we can't win this game. This curve is very difficult to play through, unfortunately. It was awkward because we can't. We wanted to kill the confidant earlier, but couldn't. And now we are just gonna get. The GTA is gonna take over the game. Actually, hold on. We could have wasted them and bought another turn, I guess. But this card is secretly better than Engineer against this version of the deck because against Engineer we can play around it and we have Cabal Pit. We can't tutor for Cabal Pit against this card. Nope. That's this game. Tough loss. I think perhaps there's something else we could have done about it, but the game was really lost. The match was really lost in the first game. It's you can't really afford it against these like mono hate decks, mono hate black decks to lose game one because it's very easy to lose one of the post board games. I think the hand was fine. Let's see. We were baiting out the removal there because we don't care about the shepherd. No, because we need to be able to beat engineer. Um, Sadra. So perhaps here we Assassin's Trophy the Confidant, but that really feels really bad, right? Because they're gonna wasteland us, and we're just trying to get to natural order. Like the natural order is the best way to win this kind of match. They have the second natural order here, and they Kaya us. In retrospect, I think Kaya on turn 3 is not unreasonable because they didn't really do anything turns 1 and 2. Um, so here they kill the Wirewood, which is like kind of unfortunate. If we draw an elf, we probably still win because we natural order there, right? And then we drew the wasteland. So it's funny because we mentioned that we wanted the wasteland, and here not having the extra elf actually cost us the game, right? We wanted the extra land, and not having the extra elf cost us the game. But I think against this wasteland deck, having another land is like decent. But we already boarded in Cabal Pit, where maybe there's no reason boarded in 2. So maybe that's where the game was really lost. Like that's fair. No worries, Sadra. So I think here, right, we had a small opening where natural order wins the game, and we drew the wasteland when we really needed just another one drop. So I think something to keep in mind in the future is even we can't board out the shepherds. Maybe we just keep as many as we can in, because this is kind of like playing against DNT. I would board out the wasteland against DNT, but rough otherwise. The other thing we could do here, but we can't. Yeah, I think we have to trophy the confidant, and then we get the Kaya off the board, which is fine, I think, and then hope they don't like do too much damage here. Yeah, so they double weight. Yeah, that's like gate backbreaking, right? Yeah, I don't think we can beat this sequence of draws. So I don't think I'm too upset. I think I think if you want to nitpick something, maybe we don't bring in the wasteland is the only thing, but live and learn. This person with the subway commercial here. Must be a zombie player, right? Eat flesh. Not particularly great. I think we've got them all. We can still 4-1 this league. The brutal part, I'm trying to think how that game 1 played out. Of that other match. We got himmed, and then that's right. We got himmed out of the game, and then we had a chance to get back in it, but then we couldn't. In general, fetch lands are better. Obviously, playing this way makes me a little more susceptible to things like Stifle, but I'm not too concerned with Stifle. So our opponent has Mull to 4, which scares me. That typically means they're on like Reanimator. Or of that variety. Or Oops, or one of those kind of decks. red? Oh, they're on painter. Interesting. I definitely would not have expected that. I think given this, we just play it safe and get the basic. We run this out because we don't really care about it. I'm just gonna yield priority at the moment. I don't think there's any sequence where we care about the graveyard to bluff endurance. Oh my god. Wow, we might just be dead next turn. So they mold to the combo, I guess. We're digging for endurance here. And we did not draw it. Yep. Jeez. Alright. They had a multi-four, but unfortunately it was I guess the best way I can explain is it was a variety of the reanimator, right? And the way they were playing, I don't really associate typically painter with reanimator. It's very different decks, but given how aggressively they mulligan for it, it almost felt like playing as reanimator. I think given what we saw, board in removal, we board in the ley line, we board in the endurance. I don't think Glimpse is particularly good against this deck because of Canonist. And then we just try to grind them out while having the disruption up. I don't really like Glimpse of Nature in this matchup, especially since we're boarding in endurance, right? The runoff is completely irrelevant here. And maybe that's an argument to be made. We should just play a different removal spell. Like either a Fatal Push or a fourth trophy or something. Reasonable enough, I think. Leyline shuts off their welder plans. And then I think I want to do it this way. If they remove, I want them to hit the Wirewood. The reason why is I want turn 3 natural order. And you'll see what I mean. As an exercise, I guess, for anybody curious, you have to figure out how I have turn 3 natural order at the moment. There's multiple ways, actually. Some including top deck. We already have it as is with with the cards in our hand. Blood Moon? Oh, okay. I guess that's a thing. We do not have turn 3 natural order anymore. Well, we do off the top deck, but otherwise no. Sure. We want to hit land drop, so we're not gonna fetch. Yikes. That is probably the worst card we could have asked for. Well, Hoof is pretty bad too. Actually, this is probably even worse, right? Because our natural order was gonna find that. Here, our opponent gets the deck then. What's going on? Oh, Trinisphere. Nice. I think we want to get to the fourth land drop because we have the two removal spells. We don't actually care about the 3 ball. Cradle's good. We're. I know it doesn't look like we can win here, but we're actually in big time command. Like we only have to fade. Actually, we have the removal spell and the natural order for the kill already. Like, it's just a matter of us going through the motions. Like we're fairly ahead here. I think we just pass. We're gonna trophy their ensnaring bridge end step and then hoof them. We should have actually. I made a mistake there. We should have killed the servant in response. They're gonna do it on our upkeep now, and we screwed up. We tapped ourselves out for no reason. Probably not gonna matter, but we screwed up. Oh, I should not have done it that way. But this is okay. I made this more difficult than it needed to be by not killing the grinds. Well, this way I get it. All right, so now we gotta do it. The benefit of doing it this way though is you get the serpent dead instead of the grindstone, which is more relevant in case they draw like red blast or something. We are dead to a top deck painter though. Yeah. Unfortunately, because of the way we. Okay, for a second I thought that it was recruiter, but we left ourselves a little bit exposed based on the way we misplayed. Okay, so hoof is in the yard. Um, we can hard cast Archon. It should be game, but we just have to fade another draw step essentially. They can try to mill us. It's not gonna work. Yeah, it is Sadra. Archon plus Leyline by itself is probably already a hard lock too. And yeah, depending on the board state, like there's ways to get around it. Obviously, there's other ways like Reclaimer is another way to hard lock them. We did not see any white, so I wonder if they have Canonus. But nevertheless, I think endurance is like really good here, so probably don't want it anyways. It's weird. It wasn't too long ago, earlier this year, where I still thought Glimpse of Nature was uncuttable in any matchup, and now I'm cutting it pretty often because of the printing of endurance. This is not remotely capable. Like given how our opponent is playing, like they are playing very. I guess the word I'm looking for is like headhunter, ish. They're mulling for like the turn one and things like that. Oh my god. Speaking of which, I guess we're just dead. Yeah, depending. Like if you have Archon out and Reclaimer, they can't kill it, right? You just name artifact. This is the thing that is tilting about Blood Sun is it has to be exactly turn one too. Otherwise, we're fine. We're not completely dead. Like it doesn't have to be a basic force or a Bayou. And endurance gets us back in the game too, because we can actually pitch and unlock our hand. Only four total. Hey, my good friend Justin Franks is in the chat here. So two basic and two Bayou. So for those who don't know, Justin plays a lot of vintage, and a lot of legacy, but is a vintage superstar. I think we have to just like discard down to size, unfortunately. Since Justin's around, I should give Justin mod access. All right. We are a. We're probably. I don't think that we have an out now. Now that they have Karn out, like we're just dead the next turn. Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate. Like I said, it has to be exactly turn one, which they had it. Mm. I think in this situation, the visionary doesn't even matter, right? Like, we're already dead. They presumably kill us here, but we'll see. I don't even think there's an out. Like, we don't have anything stopping them from winning here. They should go for it. So it's kind of interesting. I wonder why they would do that. Oh, so they can welder it in case there's permission, maybe? Sure. I'm kind of confused. Why they're doing it that way. I assume it has to be for a protected kill, but it's a little surprising is all. I probably should have held on to this to be honest. That's because that's probably one of the ways that they really don't go for it. Not necessarily. My recent lists have been playing Force of Vigor, so yeah, this is for a protected kill, I guess. That makes sense. So there it is. Force of Vigor actually makes a lot of sense. Like I'm trying to think what they're trying to play around, and the Trinisphere for Force of Vigor makes sense. That's fair too. So unfortunately, we started this league 3-0 and lost the last two. Um, Kind of brutal, but it is what it is. I think if people are interested, I will continue to play another league. the we didn't really learn much, I don't think, from our league this time because we didn't actually board in the run of foul. Maybe the moral of the story is you don't play run of foul. The Caracas would have been relevant, but oops, wrong one. Uh, like it's possible maybe we just want the fourth trophy, um, or the first Force of Vigor. The problem with Force of Vigor is I sold the card because it's kind of high right now, and now like I don't know how long it's gonna take for Force of Vigor to drop in price, but it seems like it's continuing to rise. So maybe I just cut my losses and play it. Uh, Let me think. I will ponder on that uh, with a quick restroom break, and then I'll be back in a minute. So I am back. Our losses that league were to Dead Guy Ale, I guess. I don't know what the exact term for that deck is at the moment. And we also lost to Painter. I don't think I'm too concerned about those two losses. Uh, I think, let me look back. I do want to review how that game one turned out. I think we got him for the two naturals, and then maybe it led to GTA because typically that's how we lose. Oh, actually, no, I remember. We didn't hit land drops. So there's that. Unless I'm thinking about the other match. Oh, here, this game, I think we never just got lands in play. Yeah. Oops. All right, so I think with that said, I'm okay running this list back. We didn't really learn anything from this card, but I just want to give it another chance since we never boarded it in. So we'll try it. If it doesn't perform again, and it's possible it doesn't, um, it can easily probably just change to a different removal spell, whether that be a fourth Assassin's Trophy or like a Fatal Push or something. Dry Bones Doctor. That's a mole. Not the best hand, unfortunately. But I think we have to keep. We don't have a payoff, so I'm gonna just run out the Shepherd and hope they kill it. This is my issue with actually playing 4 Shepherds. Like, I don't really want two in my hand. So we're playing against Painter again. Although Mox Opal means maybe they're on the blue version. Yeah, especially since they name White. Strangely. Cradle would be nice right here. Off the top. Nope. I think the blind here is to just Visionary and see what happens. I sold my forces for a different reason, Sadra. It's because the price was kind of high. So I'm not like the card itself is fine, and lands you can still beat, but the thing is like ACAST has lost popularity, and we're like pretty significantly favored against that deck, anyways. Same with DNT, so it's really just for the lands matchup, and I think there's other ways to improve the lands matchup while improving some of the other matchups we care about. Alright, so we got another turn, which is nice. I think the line here... Oops. The ley line is just like a placeholder because I think there's a lot of reanimator at the moment. Not necessarily gonna continue playing it. It's like there's a few flex slots, and those are like the ley line and the run afoul at the moment. They have a fetch, which is interesting. Yeah, so I'm not like rebuying the forces is not beyond the realm possible. I just have to sell it because I think the price point right now is kind of high, and I don't need it at the moment because Lance has had issues lately with combo, and they have not demonstrated the ability to get out of the early combo rounds as of late. Sure. Portable hole. Just okay. If they had just sequenced that differently, they'd be able to do everything the same turn. Now they can't. Let's see. If I bash right now, they have to block. So they lose the Sentinel. If they portable hold me, I think they can still. All right, portable hold comes down next turn. Presumably hits the oof. That turns that on. Um, then they have 1, 2 mana and 3 mana to activate. They have to block in this case. It really depends if I think they have another land or not. Um, the problem is it has to be natural or not. Otherwise, I'm in the same predicament. I'm gonna fetch first. Natural order wins the game here, and because if they have the mana, they can just do everything anyways. Or sorry, presumably we need the mana source. So I think I just hope that they don't have mana. Is the line. Wow, that was a misplay by their part. I guess unless they need a life because they go to 1. Okay. Sure. I could bounce and untap something that doesn't really matter in this case. Like life is not the reason why we're winning or losing. Or untap unblocker, I guess. I feel like that is not the correct line that they should take in. But yeah, I can't imagine that's the correct line. Anyways, um, they're on the white version, so I don't think we want endurances or the bog. Cabal Pit's like awkward against Painter, but I think they could have like Canonist sideboard. And then Shepherd is just not very good, I think, in this matchup. It was good there, but typically not. And I feel like our opponent messed up too. Nope, that is not a keep. Yikes. Presumably one goes back. It's like very situational. It's probably okay to be honest. We're up a game too, so I think we can afford to keep a more medium hand here, or slower hand. sorted. So the hand just got a lot better with the cradle. I took my chances that I want to, what's it called? Um, it was actually the same because we knew the bottom card. It was the Arbor. So let's see what they do. Oh, maybe they don't realize. Okay, sure. So that's not good for us. We have the Wasteland, which is like really good here. I think the line here is Wasteland and once on their turn. Eh, So we're trying to buy a turn here because the Saga can get mana, so they would just need a mana to win, right? Interesting strategy. I would probably play the pedal pre attacks, but it's curious why they did it there. Oh, there's the collector. Oof, nice. Uh, they may have portable hole is what I'm afraid of. We played the Wasteland to buy us a turn, and then that ended up being pretty relevant because we found the collector oof off the Once Upon a Time. We are actually relieved by this play because it means they don't have the portable hole. Better lucky than good. Here, Allosaur Shepherd is what's it called? Rite of Flame, right? Okay, so our opponent has been on like high tide in the past. I don't know what they're playing at the moment, but that's what they had in the past. I'm just gonna assume I don't know what they're on. I don't really prefer to play against high tide, but I think I would keep this in the dark. Okay, so I think that's what they're on. Not a great hand for this matchup, though. We needed that to be a creature pretty badly. Or a natural order. Oh, interesting. I typically am not a fan of those kind of plays. I think more often than not, they are not worth it from the opposing side. I mean, don't get me wrong; it sometimes has gotten me, so to speak. But again, like I said, more often than not, it does not. So this is the line I'm talking about, where we're setting up for a glimpse turn. I'm gonna end step reclaimer away the bayou. Yeah, I understand the logic behind it. It's like they think, oh, I only have permission, I might as well use it now in case they have Shepherd. It's fundamentally flawed because you're telling the opponent you don't have an answer, like in terms of removal. But I guess they don't have removal here. Um, unless opponent plays three, so I'm gonna glimpse here and see what they do. Sure. Cool. This is what I wanted to happen. We baited out the natural order. I mean the force of will. Um, let me think. Presumably, what did they pitch to force of will? Cemetery Illuminator. I don't even know what that does. It's like some kind of Thassa's Oracle-ish deck. I think I'm just gonna board in Seas. I don't think we actually care about their permission, dude. So probably board that out, board this out. I don't think we need oof. They're on some kind of combo deck. I don't care enough to think about it at the moment. I think if we really want to force the spells through and kill the creature, what we can do is get the Cabal Pit. It's a little actually. I take that back. I feel like it's slow in this matchup. I don't think we care about Wasteland. It doesn't seem like they have Anything besides islands. Probably this is fine. It just feels a little slow is all. And then we probably name... I don't even know. It's... I would guess instant. I don't know. I think here we probably just green sun for ramp. Did they fluster or force? That's fine. Like I don't think I care. I don't enjoy these play patterns, but I don't. I also don't think it's correct. So here they played a chalice, which is interesting. Um, what I'm gonna do is play the chalice. I mean, play the shepherd and then the reclaimer, and then depending on what they do, that's gonna dictate what I do in the following turn. Right? Yeah. So I know a lot of blue players hate Alistar Shepherd. Just imagine the disdain that chalice players have for it. It's, in my opinion, even better against Chalice decks than it is against Blue decks. Which, game one is great, but like a lot of post board games, it can be a liability. I don't, like I said, I'm not like super sold on the fourth copy, but I play it just because it's better than some of the other options at the moment, or at least higher upside. I think here I'm a little bit nervous about what they can. Actually, I should have boarded in the Cabal Pit because now that I think about it, they could have Call Breacher. Like, turn 3, land, go, do nothing. Like, that's a little bit surprising to me. My guess is they don't have it because it doesn't make sense to not play it there because you lose tempo. The alternative is, oops, wrong one. Maybe they have, what is it called? They're trying to just get me or something. I don't think so. I think they have probably a lot of permission in hand. So now we will see if they have the dismembered. Okay, so that's what I was afraid of. Um, 3, 4. Yeah, sure. It is, but I mean, you have to line that up too. Keep in mind. So they sort of got me, I guess. Depending how you want to define got with the brazen baller, but they like set themselves back on mana, right? That is incredibly potentially good. Uh, 2, 3. I can't cast it anyways, but I do think it's probably good enough. We also have lethal here, for what it's worth, just by Shepherd activation. So possible this is not the correct get. Yeah, in hindsight, I don't like the play I made now because we have lethal regardless, so we should be protecting instead of adding another payoff. The clock doesn't really change with 7 damage, so what I'm gonna do instead is deck thin. Hey, do you know how to twitch to work on a phone? Uh, I'm. I mean, I think you can just watch from a browser, right? Unless I'm missing something. View cyborg. We kept the bog in, but yeah, I don't think it matters. All right, our opponent conceded. I'm kind of curious what their deck did, but we never got to that point, fortunately or unfortunately. Yeah, I think the one misplay I definitely had there was with the payoff already on board, you probably want to get something to protect it instead of another payoff because it doesn't make any sense, right? Like if they are able to remove your board, then the hand wherever you got off the once is bad. All right, we're playing against the same painter player. I think we keep because we have turn 2 collector oof now that we know what they're on. And we are on the play, which helps too. They had the nuts the other game, even though they're on a mortal 4, and I suspect that they're going to be aggressively mulling for the same reasons. Yeah, our opponent is very all in on the combo plan. Base. So Haps, it's possible that they were on. Well, are you talking about this opponent or the previous one? This opponent we just played against, which was on Painter. The other one I can see being on Thought Lash. I think I might have been playing against them on that version before. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What's the word I'm looking for? I can believe that. All right, so our opponent has just lost the game. Even better, I guess. Yeah, this is. So they just mold like this player is like very aggressive, I guess, in the way they approach matchups, like aggressive mulligans, I should say. Hopefully we don't get got by the turn one Blood Sun again. I think. Yeah, Leyline was good. I think removal is good. I almost want a fourth removal spell. I think based on today because the run of foul like kind of awkward, right? Um, and I think in case you run into things that are not like Delver, like blue red Delver, maybe the flexibility of the fourth Assassin's Trophy is worth it. Like, that while still being good against Murktide Regent. Um, what did I say? Oh yeah, I think we can board out the Glimpse of Natures. They're kind of a liability, I guess, especially against a Trinisphere deck. And then the Shepherds are pretty bad, in my opinion. This is fine. Um, I'm a little bit nervous to keep this against what they may move to. Because we go turn one, Green Sun, and what's our turn two play here? Um, we have to hit a land first of all in case they have three ball. And if they have Blood Sun, we just lose. We do have a removal spell. That's the reason to keep, in my opinion. This is a virtual mode of 6 already, too. I think I'm gonna mull, just to be safe. Never mind, that's a lot worse. Let's make sure this is correct. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think given that our opening hand was a virtual Moto 6 already, it was okay to mulligan there because we have some bombs in the form of a ley line and whatnot, and we had to burn the Green Sun on a we have to burn the Green Sun on turn one ramp, so not the best hand otherwise, right? There's a world difference though between having turn one ramp and not in this deck. Reclaimer helps a little bit if you have a Cradle, but it's not ideal. Let's see what they get. It's probable they get Engineer if I were to guess. Um, Walking Ballista is interesting. Jesus. Jeez. Alright. I think we're just gonna get locked out here. We're probably just gonna die to damage, to be honest. Like while we're pseudo locked out. So we're on a 2 turn clock here. Um, they can ballista us here. That's not gonna do anything. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're sorry, 3 turn clock. I think we're just dead. I don't believe there's an out. All right, not much of a game there. Given how this played out, I think I'm still fine with this. Um, we just have to not. It's weird because they're playing Painter, but it almost feels like we're playing as Moonstompy, based on how aggressive the Mulligans have been, and I think this. Just past you. I don't think Rex Sage is a legacy card. And Prime Mage has been replaced by something Liberator. I forgot what it's called. The new green card. So if I wanted that effect, I think 3 mana, 4 mana, or 4 mana off a green sun is like a million, pretty much. Is why I don't play it. And it has to win the game, which it doesn't really. It like can get you out of certain situations, but I think it's not good use of a sideboard slot. I'd rather have Mass Vandal because the upside of being 1 mana cheaper is, to me, worth it. I think this is probably not good enough. So yeah, if you wanted that kind of effect, I personally think this card is much better. I'm not of the belief that Rex Sage is like a real legacy card. Especially in this 2021 legacy climate where all the decks are so optimized now, and like you could be virtually dead on turn one, like depending on how your opponent starts, right? I think actually I want to save that for the collector oof. I think our opponent, given the way that they have been playing, it feels like if we land a collector oof, that just might be lights out. So we'll just pass here and see what they do. The nice thing is because we're getting Cradle, it pseudo conceals the fact that we have the Green Sun. They may be thinking what we have, whether it's removal or natural order, because this doesn't give us it doesn't tell your opponent much other than we don't have a glimpse hand. That's funny. That also changed once. Well, I guess wear and tear stopped counting as 1 or 2. It became just mana cost 3. So, but yeah, it was good against counterbalance lock, but not particularly good here. So let's see what our opponent's doing. Sure. Actually, that's perfect. Our opponent is now locked out of the game. This is like very similar to game one, right? Like I've played against like Moonstompy before out of, I think we want to just pitch this. I played against Moonstomp before out of a DNT, and then they go turn one Trinisphere, and I played turn one like Wasteland or something, and then they lose the game. And this is like very similar. I think the match is virtually over now. They could have Soul Land into another land, but it's just like they got double Stone Rain here, right? It's like pretty backbreaking. So something to keep in mind is your opponent's tendencies. Like over the first match against our opponent where we lost, we kind of saw that they went headhunting a lot and like wanted just to turn one us a lot. And I think we're using that now successfully against them. I think I'm just gonna continue to bash. Like we were able to use that information and aggressively mulligan ourselves, right? Because if they're not gonna keep a medium hand, we should not keep a medium hand. Yeah, it was hacks, for sure. Sadra. I think the game is should be over. Yeah. So we'll see how this 3-0 start turns out. The other one not so hot, but maybe we can recover this. So whoever Roto Mirdis is, they must have got 2 5-0s within the last, I guess, day or whatever. Because when I got this last night, um, I was on top, and it's kind of crazy. So they must have got real hot and played 2 leagues or more, and 5-0 both or more. Because if you look at the timestamp, um, like just over 12 hours had passed. And granted, like I don't know what time zone they played in. Uh, I typically like well, I haven't been playing lately, but I typically won't play more than maybe 2 leagues. But that's me. And they went from 6 to 8, so they must have got really hot. Even if they didn't, like I don't know what the maximum number of leagues people play, but I can't imagine it's more than like 4, because there's some fatigue after a while, and you know 2 out of 4 is pretty good still, or 2 out of 2, whatever it is that they went. I'm gonna get some water as this is like queuing up because my throat's dry. All right, so we got returned, unfortunately. So let's see if that's gonna get go through this time. Samus. They're usually on like goblins or reanimator. Very different decks, obviously. Um, this would be great against reanimator, but I don't think we can keep this in the dark otherwise. More reasonable, I guess. We don't have mana, so we're putting back the glimpse. Glimpse is actually okay. They are 4-0. Samus, according to the bot. Probably Collector Oof is kind of iffy too, but I think it's that. Now I'm a little bit glad I kept the Collector Oof. They 100% know what we're on, unfortunately. Um, I think we play it safe. I'm actually relieved that we kept the Collector Oof instead of the Glimpse of Nature now. Like the Glimpse is like very bad in this matchup. They are on some kind of Dark Ritual Stompy deck, but which variant, it's hard to say. Um, there is the potential, unfortunately, for a lot of non-games in this matchup. Chalice? Sure. Interesting plays. Interesting plays. It happens a lot. So against Chalice players, but yeah, Ari said it best. Classic. I think here there's real. Well, let me think. I think we get the Shepherd. And then we have a kill next turn. There is some merit to leaving Archon, but the reason why we don't is because like I don't know what kind of removal. Sometimes they have like Murderous Rider or like weird things like that. So I think Progenitus is safe. We don't want the Endurance. We don't want the Bog really. Uh, the Wasteland is like pretty good because I think they're on a saga. They're a Saga deck. The Trophy is good because they're gonna have Quad Engineers presumably post board. Cabal Pit's good. They probably have some number of opposition agent too. It's like this matchup's kind of a nightmare. We are lucky to steal game one. Let's see. This is a matchup where Force of Vigor would have been good. Unfortunately, we don't have access to it at the moment. Otherwise, we board out the remaining Glimpse of Natures. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So Wasteland has been quite impressive actually in the main deck. I've been liking it, and the sample size is small because I've only played, besides today, 2 leagues prior, and I don't think it really costs us a game except maybe that one time against the dead guy L player. Maybe, but we should have potentially boarded it out and kept it in the Shepherd. But the Shepherd's not even that great, so I think it's like can go either way, and then we lost because of that. That was, I believe. Let me see. So far today we lost. Yeah, it was the when we were 3-0. I don't love our how many cards we don't have is probably the best way. Our configuration post board against this deck without Force of Vigor. I think Glimpse is a huge liability in this matchup. I think we keep based on the left side alone. The right side is kind of bad, but it is what it is. I think this is kind of the lesson, right? Like, I think maybe we just need Force of Vigor in this deck again because of whatever they could just possibly have. Sure. This is what I mean. These kind of Dark Ritual Chalice decks, they just love to get turn one Engineer on or Agent on me. Engineer beatable, Agent not so much. They are tanking for some reason. There is a decent chance here that our line is just turn one Arbor, turn two Oof, depending what they do. I don't know why they are pausing on the Once Upon a Time though. I think we definitely get the Cradle here. If they have a removal spell, we lose anyways, right? Like, I'm trying to roll high, is what I'm doing. There's an argument to be made that I have to trophy the Karn now, which is very awkward. Oh, actually no. We can collect the oof now. Because if they lattice still, they lose the game. We had the Progenitus boarded in, so they can't mill us. We're gonna have a glimpse next turn that is not gonna be great, but hopefully can dig us into something relevant, like the natural order. Or they can lattice here, but I think that's fine. We're gonna play land go, and I think they're gonna realize they can't mill us. Yeah, I think. Let me just double check. Progenitus is in the deck, yeah. I'm gonna let my opponent know I have Progenitus to save time. Turn off. All right, they not at all, unfortunately. So pretty incredible match, as Ari said, and yes, it is. Luckily, they went for the lattice kill and maybe didn't think about that. It's come up a few times in the past, not lately, but better lucky than good, right? And I think this matchup is like actually very difficult because there's so many ways to get turn one essentially because of Dark Ritual into one of the bombs, right? Either Trinisphere, Opposition Agent, or Engineer Play. Or Play Engineer. Play Engineer is probably the most tame out of those. Like I built the deck in with Play Engineer in mind, and beating the card. Agent is much more difficult because my deck is not. It's not that you can't beat it. It's just that like the out that I typically have for Engineer is one of them, or the two outs I should say, are Natural Order, which is shut off, and Reclaimer, which is also shut off. So Agent pretty good against this deck. If you're looking for some kind of hate card against Elves, I guess. Let's see if we can convert now. We are 4-0. Run has been pretty terrible, to say the least. Sadra. Thanks, Yihua. We actually had some rough games to start the day. Like we went 0-2 in the first league and just dropped because there was no point. We lost to the Mirror and Landstill of all things. What was it? The Mirror? I think it was the Netto build. Yeah. We lost to the Netto build, and the previously we went 3-0 into 3-2. One of them, like maybe we could have won if the Wasteland was another creature. Something to think in mind. The other one, our opponent just like turn one us essentially. This is a very difficult matchup. I think given no acceleration, we probably mow this hand. This is probably Elves' hardest matchup. Out of the really common decks, I guess is one way to say it. There is no deck out of the meta decks that I'm more afraid of than lands. I'm not including things like Belcher that I don't really run into. Yeah, I mean he usually has some spice in the sideboard. I don't know what he's running at the moment, but I think I saw something about Flusterstorm, which is like, solid. We don't board out Shepherd anyways, so it doesn't really change how we play. But something to keep in mind, I guess. I think there's two things. we can do here. We either Reclaimer, which I don't think matters too much here, or we can Visionary, which I think I like the latter line better. And just see what we draw. That's pretty good. Wasteland is like, oh my god. I think we're just gonna die here. To Merit Lage. Potentially. I think we just pass. I believe they have Merit Lage up. So we just want to chump block. Based on the way that they're playing. Alright, so I mean, they didn't do anything. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, it has to be Merit Lage. The Wasteland off the top is brutal though. Like, we actually potentially could have stolen this match, but I don't think so anymore. I don't think there is a possible line we win this game now. Yeah, I wish it got reached. Actually, this would be incredible and actually solve a lot of issues if it got reached. I don't think we can afford a bounce. I think we are just dead. I don't even think there's an out. Um, yeah. Yeah, I think we were just drawing dead, but I just wanted to see. What we really needed was the wasteland there. I mean, not the wasteland, the cradle that before it got wastelanded, and I think we're gonna lose this match. We are not prepared to play against lands. The run of foul actually getting some burn now, so we'll see how that turns out. I don't believe endurance is where we want to be. Also don't think Gris is where we want to be, or collective oof. Like, maybe the collective we want to just cheese a win or something. I don't think it's particularly great. Like, this build it's probably just gonna line up real poorly against him. We have to go lower to the ground. I think our best way to win is a quick Progenitus and hope they don't have Merit Lage. We saw the Merit Lage coming. We just can't stop it, right? Game 1. Game 2, it's a little bit more dangerous for them to go for it. Especially, we sometimes play Caracas. Like, it's very dangerous for them to go for it. Let me think. Wasteland. I think this is probably just fine. I don't even think we want the endurance. Like, it just seems it's not the type of game we want to play against them, in my opinion. You just want to go underneath and just try to, as fast as you can get to Progenitus. Can't get to Progenitus if it's in your hand. And the hand otherwise doesn't really do much. That's probably not going to cut it either. The only saving grace about this hand is it has a lot of lands, but I just don't think this is the type of matchup we want to play. Like, endurance is not particularly good against them out of our deck, I think. Better, but no mana. It's possible we boarded the Cabal pit just as an extra black source. Because our plan is just to get to progenitors as quickly as possible, right? Um, I think we have to keep it here. It feels horrible, but I think we have no choice. I think we board out. This could be dead, and it's a little bit dangerous. I'm just gonna take my chances. Like I want to be able to have a chance to win. I think the runner foul is just playing too scared. So Ooze is not really a card that is good at the moment because you want to be able to wipe the entire graveyard, not one at a time, because of Murktide. That's probably Tabernacle. Makes me regret not keeping the other hand. Actually, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna represent crop rotation. The reason why to use Cradle is in case they, for some reason, upkeep hit the Cradle. They should have done that anyways because I tapped out for the Arbor. Or just something to keep in mind. Jesus. Okay. At least we have a second one. We really need Force of Vigor for this matchup, unfortunately. But to be fair, we didn't draw the ley line either, so it's not like it's relevant, right? Like ley line's a little bit worse against lands. I don't think they rely on the graveyard as much with this version. What did they get? Map? Oh god. They're gonna get a wasteland here. Actually, that's not the worst. That is not the worst. I guess they're going for the quick kill before we can establish our kill. What we really need here is top deck, guys, Cradle. Oh my god, that's like the worst of both worlds. Jesus. Pretty much, Sadra. The problem is a hoof here, it doesn't do anything. So we have to just hold it back. Oh man. We're hoping we need a top deck, the Assassin Trophy right now. We cannot attack because they're just gonna make the Thespian stage. We could bluff, to be honest. All right, so they. We're just gonna leave mana up because if they go for it, they get blown out, right? Like that's our game plan at the moment until we get another God's Cradle. Hold on. We have 3 mana. Jesus. We have a game plan, but it's just gonna be very difficult right now. We're doing this because we need to get this on the board. The Ghost Quarter is quite annoying, but not the end of the world. So this is a pretty cool trick that we got to do. So we don't have to pay the tabernacle on our arbor. Yes, we do. No. And no. Feels bad, but you got to do what you got to do. We can't win this game without Cradle. So if you have to sack your whole board, so be it. Here, I think what I want to do is, well, this doesn't do any good actually. So I will pass. So they either drew the Flusterstorm to protect it, or they realized we're starting to get out of the lock and they have to go for it now. All right. It is what it is. We. This is a very difficult matchup. I don't know. We have to draw a natural order essentially, and we didn't. Well, we did, but we can't cast it, right? Like through this. So Ali mentioned that he was trying to play around trophy, which makes sense. And then he finally drew the a Flusterstorm, which we kind of deduced because he went for it, right? Uh, he knows our list has three Assassin's trophies, so it's like very dangerous to go for it. And suddenly you lose out of nowhere to Elves when you shouldn't. So Ali said, "Good luck next match." I said, "Oh, that was our last match. We lost the 5-0." I think it's okay. I don't mind losing this matchup. Like you have to kind of get lucky to beat lands, and I think what that maybe tells me is this run afoul possible. We just play the fourth trophy, right? Because the tabernacle is like very difficult to beat here. We started to get out of it, but then it takes some time, and if we don't draw a great hand, which most of our hands are like medium are medium, it's it can be hard to beat their deck. And Leyline is not as good as it once was in this match, unfortunately. We had a small window, but we couldn't capitalize it. And unfortunately, we drew even the Progenitus, which is just backbreaking, right? I don't think there was anything bad, so to speak, about this last lands matchup. It is what it is. Like I felt pretty good about the other matchups, and I probably run the same list or similar back. There's an argument to be made, like um, these ley lines should be Force of Vigor, and it would have helped here against the lands matchup. But it also depends, like if you expect to face lands or not. And I had not run into lands for quite a while. Um, so Yerg is in the house right now. My good friend Aaron Relentless, and he brought up a good point. Like between Shepherd and Visionary, uh, it, if you have the mana, assuming there's six, the second Cradle can make another six, then yeah, you probably just leave the Shepherd on board. I typically don't really like Shepherd that much in this matchup because what is it called? Because it doesn't make mana's own, and your mana is usually locked up. But yes, if you can get if your second cradle represents another 6 mana to activate, then that is definitely correct to bring to leave Shepherd in. I think in general this matchup is very difficult. And for the time being, I'm just like not really worried about it. It's just if I run into it, I just accept. It's not unwinnable, but it's just very difficult to win. If I were to guess the odds, it's probably like 30-70, which is probably as bad as you can get in Legacy. Outside from some other matchups like 8 cast versus Elves, which is I think 80-20 in our favor or something like that, or 70 pretty high. I think higher than the lands matchup, which I think is more winnable. I did write a matchup about flipping a bad. I did write an article, sorry, about flipping bad matchups. I guess I'll just link it here. It's from my Patreon, um, but it was out December 7th. So for those of you curious, what I've been doing is like select articles I've been publishing for free after a certain amount of time, based on the feedback that I get if there's like real popular amongst my subscribers. So I guess up to the subscribers, right? If they think there's an article that the public should potentially see, I'm willing to just make it free, like after X amount of days, so that at least the patrons can benefit first, so to speak. That said, I think the list was fine. I'm like okay with the main deck Wasteland. Like it's like it we drew it that one game, and while it didn't do anything, we pitched it to Reclaimer. Right? It's another land, so I'm okay with that. Did anybody have any questions about my list that I ran tonight? The only real change was I ran the run of foul. Didn't seem that impressive to me personally, but we also did not run into Delver where or green white deaths where this would be very good against for what it's worth. I think I still like the endurance. It wasn't relevant today. Well, actually, it was okay against the painter decks. The trophies were good. I think the 4 Thoughtseize are here to stay. It's been there for a long. I think pretty much ever since I started playing Elves again. Uh, I think the endurances are to stay. I think the trophies are to stay for now. At least the metagame is real good for it. Um, Progenitus and Cabal Pit. Cabal Pit is a hedge because I suspect the Blue Zenith deck is going to go up to 4 engineers pretty soon because they cannot beat us otherwise. Cabal Pit was not particularly great today. Yurg, as far as I remember, let me look at the matchups. Dry Bones, what were they on? We beat them pretty quickly. Oh, they're on this kind of deck. We boarded it. I don't think we ever really used it today. Um, so Sager, that's a great question, actually. For those of you who have been following my list, you probably have noticed the number has went from 4 to 3 to 2, and it doesn't look good, in my opinion, for Heritage Druid's future in the deck. Ideally, what I would like to be printed is like a 2021 fire version of Heritage Druid, which is like tap 2, create 2 green, right? Like, and maybe I'll make it a 1/2 for lives the Plague Engineer. But I think the thing is like Heritage Druid in this kind of mid-range deck doesn't do as much as it used to because we're not trying to combo all the time. Like in most fair matchups, like that's nice to have, but not really where we need. And against combo matchups, we want disruption, not really trying to race. So it's like in an awkward spot. I think you definitely at least want one because the ability to tutor for it when relevant is pretty important. Like you don't want to just lose the game because you don't have mana, right? Like, and maybe 2 is okay, but it doesn't look great for its future, in my opinion. Yeah, I want Birchlord Druid basically because like Birchlord Ranger is like arguably better than Heritage Druid in this deck because you get the return on investment ROI immediately, and it makes colored mana. And even though it's inefficient, like you don't really care. Like the way this deck plays out, you don't really need 3 mana most of the time. So really, we want like a Birchlord Druid, like Sadra said. If that doesn't come anytime soon, obviously like unbanning of Deathbright would be nice, but that's not gonna happen either. It's kind of hard, right? Like I think Heritage might be numbered because it just doesn't fit very well with the way the deck is currently built. It's just right now in there because it's needed for some explosiveness and just the threat of Glimpse, but most of the time value Glimpse is enough because all the cards are good, right? I would have to evaluate. I think 2 is like fine for now. I think 3 is even fine. I definitely don't want like 4. Like we have better cards to play than that. Like I'll bring up the deck. actually. Uh, the way the deck has improved is because I've continually cut what I think is like um, dead meat, so to speak, or dead weight, because you want the sideboard cards to be haymakers, and I think this configuration of the deck is the best against combo it's ever been, and that's because of the three endurances. I think Assassin's Trophy being relevant against some combo decks is like huge as well, specifically Merit Lage decks and Doomsday. Being a Stone Rain. Ramanat is something I've tried in the past. It skews towards the fair side, but I think given that we have Wasteland and potentially, additional what's the word I'm looking for? Additional Stone Rain effects in Trophy, maybe it's okay, but it's a little bit slow. I may have to try it again, but there's some potential there. Leyline is obviously a flex spot we don't really need, but like I think we have total of 3 flex spots. Uh, the fourth endurance is like debatable as well because um, it's a little bit yeah, Ramanat for lands might be worth it because this matchup is just so horrendous otherwise. The thing is like it makes your green sun potentially better because now you can beat a tabernacle. I mean, you lose to Marilage though, but we have other ways of dealing with Marilage. So it is definitely a option that I need to test, especially with the way that the deck is trending. The thing about Heritage Druid too is like I did mention, it is typically very bad. The one matchup it happens to be very good against is lands. Um, we didn't get to that option unfortunately. Ali played very well, but it does help in the lands matchup for what it's worth. And I don't think there's another card right now I would replace Heritage with because I don't think we want more endurance in the main. I think one is fine. I think we're already pushing the envelope to be honest. You definitely don't want removal in the main. So it's awful. The Cabal Pit I've played before is like okay. I don't think it's better than Wasteland though. Um, Especially now that we have Grist. We definitely don't want these non-creature spells, right? I think you typically want either creatures or a good land main, and Thoughtseize is like too narrow, I should say, against some of the tempo decks. And I think it's just the curve is too high with more endurance is my issue. Um, yeah. Any other questions? I think like that's typically why we're at the two endurance. Sorry, the two heritage um, benchmark at the moment. I don't think there's anything else I would run instead of it, so to speak. But Ramanat is like not a bad suggestion. It is a little slow, is my only concern. Excuse me. So the match we lost to Lance, like I don't even think Force of Vigor would have helped too much there, because they eventually had enough lands and we were just stuck behind. Because the Tabernacle is a real problem, in my opinion. We have ways to beat it by itself, but like that coupled with Wasteland or a clock is a problem. The only way we beat Tabernacle without getting rid of it is they have a super slow hand, and no Wasteland, or we fought through the Wasteland somehow. I guess with that said, I think I am done for tonight. Who is streaming right now? So Snow Schwartz is streaming Legacy for fun and profit. Maybe that's interesting. I will. Yeah, I will raid Snow Schwartz because they are playing Legacy. It's not, if there's no other questions. Thanks for everybody for tuning in tonight. I think it was a lot of fun. I think we learned a lot about the deck, even though we didn't get that 5-0.